The night is already here. It does not arrive suddenly, and it does not announce itself. It simply exists, calm and steady, like slow and even breathing. The botanical garden is open, but it is not waiting for anyone. The paths do not lead toward any particular place. The plants do not require attention. Everything feels settled and unchanging. Moonlight spreads gently across the garden. There are no sharp shadows and no strong contrasts. Leaves, stems, and soil share the same soft glow. Nothing stands out. Nothing asks to be noticed. The air is cool and slightly damp. It carries a quiet scent of greenery and night. This scent is not strong, and it is not specific. It is simply present, blending naturally with the stillness. Sounds move softly through the space. They come and go without urgency. Nothing begins and nothing ends. There is only a sense of continuity. This is a place where time slows down. There is no purpose to follow and no destination to reach. The garden remains as it is, calm, steady, and undisturbed. The entrance to the garden does not feel like a threshold. There is no clear moment when outside becomes inside. The ground remains steady beneath each step, and the air feels the same on both sides of the path. Movement begins without intention. The pace is unhurried, and there is no reason to adjust it. Nothing encourages speed, and nothing suggests stopping. The space accepts presence without response, as if arrival has already happened long before awareness of it. The path beneath feels smooth and reliable. It does not shift or surprise. Its surface holds the body evenly, allowing weight to settle naturally. With each slow step, attention loosens. Muscles begin to release without instruction. There is no need to look down or ahead. The path continues in a gentle way, not straight and not winding, simply continuing as paths often do when they have existed for a long time. The act of walking becomes quiet and automatic, free of thought or evaluation. Surrounding the path, the garden rests in stillness. Shapes exist without definition. Leaves overlap and form soft edges rather than clear outlines. Stems rise and curve in ways that feel familiar but unremarkable. Nothing reaches out, and nothing pulls attention toward it. The space feels balanced, neither open nor closed, offering no contrast that might wake the mind. Everything appears to belong exactly where it is, as though it has settled into place for the night. The air remains cool and calm as movement continues. Each breath feels even and unforced. There is no sharp scent and no sudden change in temperature. The atmosphere feels consistent, as if the garden maintains a single steady condition throughout its entire space. Breathing aligns naturally with this consistency, slowing without effort. The body adapts to the environment quietly, without the need for awareness or control. As the path continues, direction becomes less important. There is no sense of choosing where to go. The path seems to decide on its own, guiding movement gently forward. Curves appear gradually, without urgency. They do not suggest exploration or discovery. They simply allow motion to continue without interruption. The idea of destination fades, replaced by the simple act of moving through space that feels stable and secure. There are no signs or markers to follow. Nothing indicates progress or distance. Time does not announce itself. The garden does not change as movement continues. The same quiet arrangement of plants and shadows remains present, repeating softly. This repetition does not create boredom. Instead, it signals safety. When nothing changes, there is nothing to monitor. Awareness can loosen its grip and rest. Footsteps blend into the background. They do not echo or stand out. Sound feels absorbed by the surrounding greenery and soil. Each step becomes less noticeable than the last. Eventually, the sound of movement no longer feels separate from the environment. Walking becomes part of the overall stillness, another quiet element that exists without demand. The body begins to feel supported by the space itself. Shoulders settle lower. The neck softens. The face relaxes. There is no need to hold posture or remain alert. The garden does not require readiness. It does not ask for observation or reaction. It allows presence without expectation, offering a sense of quiet permission to rest within movement. As the path carries on, attention no longer follows each step. Thoughts do not form around direction or surroundings. Awareness spreads gently, becoming less focused and more diffuse. The garden does not reward concentration. It remains the same whether noticed or not. This lack of response encourages the mind to release effort, allowing attention to drift without consequence. The experience of entering the garden feels continuous rather than complete. There is no moment when arrival finishes. Movement and stillness blend together. The path remains beneath, the plants remain beside, and the air remains unchanged. Everything continues at the same calm pace, steady and reliable, creating a quiet rhythm that requires nothing in return. The path continues forward without announcing itself. There is no moment that signals change and no marker that suggests progress. One section of the path feels much like the one before it, and that similarity creates a sense of quiet reassurance. The ground remains even and dependable, allowing movement to stay slow and effortless. There is no need to adjust pace or posture. The body moves as it does when it no longer needs to pay attention to movement itself. As the path curves gently, the change happens gradually enough that it barely registers. There is no sharp turn and no clear direction to follow. The curve does not suggest exploration or discovery. It simply allows the path to continue in a way that feels natural and unremarkable. After a short while, the path straightens again, not as a decision, but as a continuation of the same calm pattern. Each section blends into the next, creating a steady rhythm that requires no awareness. The repetition of the path becomes comforting. Each stretch feels familiar, even when it has not been seen before. The surface beneath remains consistent, neither rough nor smooth enough to draw attention. Small variations exist, but they do not stand out. The mind does not feel compelled to register differences or compare sections. Instead, it begins to accept the path as a single continuous experience rather than a series of separate moments. Surrounding the path, the garden maintains the same gentle balance. Plants line the edges in loose arrangements, their forms repeating with slight variations. Leaves overlap and separate in similar ways, creating patterns that feel predictable without becoming rigid. The density of the greenery remains steady, offering neither openness nor enclosure. This consistency removes the need for orientation. There is no reason to look ahead or behind. The present moment feels sufficient. As walking continues, the idea of distance becomes less relevant. There is no sense of having traveled far. and no expectation of what lies ahead. The path does not build toward anything, it simply continues, allowing movement to happen without purpose. Time seems to stretch gently, losing its usual structure. Minutes do not feel distinct from one another. The experience becomes smooth and uninterrupted. The gentle repetition of curves reinforces this sense of continuity. Each curve resembles the last, not enough to become monotonous, but enough to avoid surprise. The path never demands attention. It does not challenge balance or require navigation. The body responds automatically, following the subtle guidance of the ground without conscious direction. This automatic movement allows awareness to soften and drift. With each repeated section, the mind becomes less interested in tracking progress. Thoughts slow naturally, not because they are forced to stop, but because there is nothing for them to organize. The environment does not provide new information or stimulation. Instead, it offers the same quiet arrangement again and again. This lack of novelty feels calming rather than dull. It signals that nothing needs to be monitored or managed. The air along the path remains steady. Temperature does not shift noticeably, and there are no sudden changes in sensation. Each breath feels similar to the last, smooth and unforced. Breathing aligns easily with the slow pace of walking. There is no effort involved in maintaining rhythm. The body follows the environment rather than resisting it. As the path repeats its gentle patterns, awareness begins to spread out rather than focus. Attention no longer rests on specific details. Instead, it becomes diffuse, taking in the space as a whole without examining any part closely. The repeated curves and familiar textures encourage this softening of focus. Nothing asks to be analyzed. Nothing stands apart from the rest. The sound of movement remains subdued. Footsteps are absorbed by the ground, blending quietly into the background. There is no echo and no sharp noise to mark each step. The sound remains consistent, becoming less noticeable over time. Eventually, it feels as though movement happens without sound at all, as if the path itself carries the body forward silently. The repetition of the path also brings a sense of safety. When the environment remains predictable, the body does not need to stay alert. Muscles continue to relax as movement goes on. The shoulders remain low, the jaw soft, the posture natural. There is no reason to prepare for change. The garden does not shift suddenly or demand reaction. It remains steady and calm. Each curve leads into another stretch that feels much the same. This repetition does not create boredom. Instead, it removes the pressure to remember or anticipate. The mind no longer tries to map the space or calculate distance. It allows the path to exist without interpretation. Walking becomes less about going somewhere and more about remaining within a gentle flow. As repetition continues, the sense of direction fades further. Forward and backward lose their usual meaning. The path feels endless in a quiet way, not infinite, but uninterrupted. There is no sense of nearing a destination or returning to a starting point. The experience exists in a continuous present, where each step feels like a continuation rather than a transition. The garden remains unchanged alongside the path. The same arrangement of leaves and stems accompanies each section. Shadows remain soft and evenly distributed. Light does not shift dramatically. Everything supports the feeling that the environment has settled for the night and will remain this way for a long time. This stability encourages the mind to let go of effort. Eventually, the repetition becomes almost invisible. The path no longer feels like something being followed. It feels like something that simply exists beneath movement. Awareness no longer tracks where the path goes. It rests instead in the sensation of steady motion, gentle curves, and consistent surroundings. The garden continues to offer the same calm presence, allowing attention to drift freely without consequence. As movement continues along the path, a subtle sense begins to settle in. There is no awareness of being seen. No presence suggests attention or judgment. The space does not respond to movement in any way. Nothing shifts, pauses, or reacts. The garden remains unchanged, as if movement through it has no impact at all. This lack of response creates a quiet reassurance. The body understands that it is alone without being isolated. There are no signs of activity beyond the natural stillness of the garden. No footsteps echo nearby. No voices travel through the air. The absence of human presence feels complete and uninterrupted. It does not feel empty or abandoned. It feels simply calm and neutral. The environment does not acknowledge movement, and this allows awareness to soften further. Plants remain still along the edges of the path. Their shapes do not turn or follow. Leaves do not shift in response. Nothing suggests curiosity or attention. The garden feels indifferent in a gentle way, neither welcoming nor dismissive. This neutrality removes the need for self-awareness. There is no reason to adjust posture or behavior. Movement can remain natural and unguarded. The sense of being unobserved allows the body to release tension that often goes unnoticed. Shoulders drop slightly lower. The muscles around the eyes relax. The face becomes neutral and loose. Breathing deepens without effort. There is no need to monitor expression or movement. The garden offers no feedback, and without feedback, there is nothing to manage. Sound continues softly in the background. It does not approach or retreat. It does not change in response to movement. The quiet presence of natural sound reinforces the feeling of privacy. Each sound exists independently, unconcerned with what passes nearby. This independence supports a deeper sense of calm. Awareness no longer scans for changes or signals. As walking continues, the mind gradually stops checking its surroundings. There is no need to look over the shoulder or glance ahead. The space feels stable and predictable. Nothing interrupts the stillness. The absence of observers creates a sense of safety that does not rely on reassurance. It simply exists, steady and unspoken. The feeling of privacy becomes more complete with time. It does not arrive suddenly. It develops gradually as repetition and stillness continue. The longer the environment remains unchanged, the more the body trusts it. Trust does not feel like a decision. It feels like a natural response to consistency. When nothing demands attention, attention releases itself. The garden does not frame movement as an event. There is no spotlight effect and no sense of presence being noticed. This absence of focus allows movement to blend into the environment. Walking becomes quieter, not only in sound, but in awareness. Each step feels less distinct. The body moves without marking time or progress. Shadows remain soft and unremarkable. They do not conceal or reveal. They exist without purpose. Light remains evenly spread, offering no contrast that might draw attention. Nothing highlights movement. The environment does not create a stage. It remains flat and neutral, allowing presence without emphasis. As the sense of being unobserved deepens, thoughts become less structured. There is no social awareness to maintain, no imagined perspective from which to view oneself. The mind does not need to consider appearance or behavior. This absence of imagined observation allows thinking to slow naturally. Thoughts lose their urgency and drift without forming clear sequences. The path continues quietly, supporting this sense of privacy. Its gentle curves do not suggest that anything lies ahead, watching or waiting. Each turn feels empty in a calm way. There is no anticipation, there is only continuation. The environment offers no cues that require preparation or alertness. The air remains unchanged. It does not carry signals or movement. Breathing continues evenly, unmonitored. The chest rises and falls without effort. The body settles into its own rhythm, guided by the consistency of the surroundings. This rhythm does not need adjustment. It aligns naturally with the calm pace of the garden. With time, the feeling of being unobserved becomes less noticeable because it becomes expected. It no longer stands out as a sensation. It becomes the default state. Awareness rests comfortably within it. There is no contrast to compare against. Privacy feels complete and stable. Movement continues without self-reference. The idea of being a separate presence fades slightly. The body feels less distinct from the path and surrounding plants. This blending does not feel like disappearance. It feels like ease. The boundaries between self and environment soften without effort. The garden maintains its quiet indifference. It neither welcomes nor excludes. It simply exists, allowing presence to pass through without recognition. This lack of acknowledgement feels calming rather than cold. It suggests that nothing is required. There is no role to play and no impression to make. As this sense of unobserved movement continues, attention drifts further inward. External awareness fades into a general impression rather than specific details. The mind no longer attempts to interpret the environment. It accepts it as stable and sufficient. With nothing to watch for, awareness loosens its grip. The experience remains continuous and uninterrupted. There is no moment that signals change. The path remains beneath, the plants remain beside, and the air remains still. The garden does not respond to movement, and movement does not disturb the garden. This mutual quiet creates a space where effort dissolves naturally. The feeling of being unobserved allows the final layers of alertness to soften. The body remains upright and moving, but awareness rests deeply. There is no tension in waiting and no concern about what comes next. The garden continues to hold the same calm presence, steady and indifferent, allowing attention to drift freely without consequence. The pace of movement begins to settle naturally, without instruction or adjustment. There is no moment when slowing down is decided. It happens gradually as the body responds to the steady environment. Each step finds its place within a calm rhythm that does not change or accelerate. The ground continues to offer reliable support, allowing motion to remain smooth and unforced. Nothing encourages haste, and nothing suggests stopping. The pace simply becomes what it needs to be. As this rhythm continues, the body begins to follow it automatically. Muscles no longer initiate movement consciously. Instead, they respond quietly, repeating familiar patterns without effort. The legs move with consistency, and the arms hang loosely at the sides. Balance maintains itself without attention. The act of walking no longer feels like an action. It feels like a state, steady and continuous. Breathing aligns with this settled pace. Each breath arrives and leaves without disruption. There is no need to deepen or control it. The rhythm of breathing matches the gentle rhythm of movement, creating a sense of internal consistency. This alignment does not require awareness. It happens naturally as the body adapts to the calm conditions around it. The garden continues to support this steady pace. Nothing changes in response to movement. The arrangement of plants remains the same. Light stays soft and evenly distributed. Shadows do not shift dramatically. The environment offers no signals that require reaction. Without interruption, the pace becomes easier to maintain. The body understands that it can continue without adjustment. As the rhythm settles, the mind begins to disengage from monitoring movement. There is no need to track steps or count distance. The pace does not vary, so there is nothing to measure. Awareness no longer checks in with the body. It allows motion to happen in the background. Attention drifts gently, no longer anchored to physical sensation. The repetition of steps reinforces this settling. Each step resembles the last, not precisely, but closely enough to remove distinction. The ground feels the same beneath each foot. The path continues without variation that might require attention. This repetition signals safety. When nothing changes, the nervous system relaxes. There is no reason to prepare for sudden shifts. Time begins to feel less structured as the pace remains constant. Moments blend together without clear boundaries. There is no sense of beginning or ending. The experience exists in a continuous flow. This flow does not move toward a goal. It simply maintains itself, steady and uninterrupted. The shoulders remain relaxed as the pace settles. The neck stays loose. The face softens further. There is no tension held in anticipation. The body does not brace or prepare. It moves within the environment as if it belongs there, supported and unchallenged. This sense of belonging is quiet and unremarkable, yet deeply calming. Sound continues to exist at a low and consistent level. Footsteps remain muted, blending into the overall stillness. Natural sounds in the garden do not interrupt the rhythm. They coexist with it, forming a soft background that does not compete for attention. Nothing rises suddenly in volume or intensity. Sound remains even, supporting the settled pace. As the pace becomes familiar, awareness no longer distinguishes between movement and stillness. Walking feels almost like standing, extended over time. The body moves forward, yet the internal experience remains calm and stable. This combination allows alertness to fade without effort. There is no signal that requires wakefulness. The path continues to guide movement gently. Its curves do not alter the pace. They arrive gradually and pass without notice. The body follows them automatically, without shifting rhythm. This consistency reinforces trust in the environment. When the path does not challenge movement, the body does not need to stay alert. With continued repetition, the settled pace becomes the default state. There is no memory of moving faster or slower. The current rhythm feels natural and sufficient. The body no longer considers alternatives. It remains within the pace without question. This lack of comparison allows further relaxation. Thoughts slow as the pace stabilizes. Without variation to respond to, the mind does not generate new activity. It does not plan or evaluate. Instead, it drifts gently, occasionally forming impressions that dissolve quickly. There is no need to hold on to any thought. The environment does not reward attention or analysis. The garden maintains its quiet presence alongside the path. Plants remain still. Light remains soft. Air remains calm. Everything continues to support the same steady rhythm. This consistency reassures the body that nothing will change suddenly. With no need for vigilance, the mind releases effort further. As movement continues, the sense of pace becomes almost invisible. It no longer feels like a feature of the experience. It simply exists, carrying the body forward without notice. Awareness rests lightly within this motion, unengaged and calm. The experience feels smooth and uninterrupted. Eventually, the pace settles so fully that it no longer feels like movement at all. It feels like gentle continuation. The body remains upright and moving, yet the internal experience is deeply restful. The garden does not demand attention. The path does not demand direction. Everything supports the same quiet rhythm. This settled pace allows the final traces of effort to dissolve. There is no need to maintain focus or control. The body trusts the environment completely. The mind follows, releasing its hold on awareness. Movement continues quietly, supported by the steady presence of the garden, calm and unchanging. The plants along the path do not present themselves as individual forms. They appear instead as a continuous presence, blending gently into one another. Broad leaves overlap and extend outward, creating soft edges rather than sharp boundaries. Their shapes are rounded and calm, without angles that might draw attention. Nothing feels defined enough to require focus. The outlines remain loose, allowing the eye to rest without effort. As movement continues, these broad shapes repeat quietly on both sides of the path. One cluster of leaves resembles the next, not exactly, but closely enough to feel familiar. Differences exist, but they are subtle and unimportant. The mind does not linger on comparison. It allows each shape to pass without being named or categorized. This absence of identification keeps awareness from engaging too deeply. The leaves hold the moonlight gently. Light does not reflect sharply from their surfaces. Instead, it settles softly, spreading across textures without creating contrast. Each leaf appears evenly lit, sharing the same calm tone as the surrounding space. Shadows form beneath them, but they remain shallow and diffuse. Nothing is hidden and nothing is revealed. Vision remains relaxed. As the path carries movement forward, the outlines of plants remain consistent. There are no sudden changes in height or density. The greenery neither opens wide nor closes in tightly. It maintains a steady balance, framing the path without enclosing it. This balance removes any sense of pressure or exposure. The space feels neutral and steady. The broad leaves move only slightly, if at all. When they shift, it happens slowly and without sound. There is no sudden motion to draw attention. Any movement feels incidental, not purposeful. The plants do not respond to passing presence. They remain absorbed in their own stillness. This indifference reinforces the calm rhythm of the environment. Textures remain soft throughout. Leaves do not appear rigid or sharp. Their surfaces seem smooth and yielding, even when thick or layered. Stems curve gently rather than standing stiffly. Everything appears shaped by time rather than force. This softness extends to the way forms meet one another, overlapping without tension or resistance. As awareness takes in these shapes, it does so without focus. The eye does not settle on a single leaf or branch. Instead, it absorbs the overall impression of greenery as a single field of calm presence. There is no center of interest and no edge to define where one form ends and another begins. This lack of structure allows attention to remain diffuse. The repetition of broad leaves creates a sense of continuity. Each section of the garden feels connected to the next through similar forms and textures. There is no moment that signals transition. The environment remains visually consistent, allowing the mind to release its need to track location or progress. Vision becomes passive, receiving rather than searching. Color remains subdued and even. There are no vivid tones or sharp contrasts. Everything blends into a range of muted greens and soft shadows. The absence of bright variation prevents stimulation. The eye does not adjust or refocus. It remains settled, following the gentle flow of movement along the path. The plants do not suggest function or purpose. They do not invite interaction or observation. They exist quietly, filling space without expectation. This neutrality removes the need for interpretation. There is nothing to understand or respond to. The garden does not communicate. It simply remains present. As movement continues, the outlines of leaves blur slightly at the edges of awareness. This blurring is not a loss of clarity, but a relaxation of attention. Vision softens naturally, allowing forms to exist without sharp definition. The environment does not demand sharp focus. It supports a gentle and unfixed gaze. The density of the plants remains constant. There are no gaps that draw the eye forward, and no clusters that pull attention inward. The balance stays even. This consistency reinforces a sense of stability. The space feels maintained and settled, as if it has existed in this state for a long time and will continue unchanged. The quiet presence of these broad forms encourages the body to remain relaxed. There is no visual cue that signals alertness or movement. The environment offers no urgency. With nothing changing visually, the nervous system remains calm. Muscles stay loose, breathing remains even. As awareness drifts, the outlines of plants become part of the background rather than the focus. They frame the experience without defining it. The mind does not attempt to label or memorize what is seen. It allows each shape to pass without retention. This lack of memory formation supports a deeper state of rest. The garden continues to present the same soft forms again and again. Each repetition reinforces familiarity without creating boredom. The absence of novelty feels reassuring. When nothing new appears, there is nothing to prepare for. Awareness rests comfortably within the predictable flow. The broad leaves and gentle outlines do not change as movement continues. They remain steady and unremarkable. This constancy allows vision to settle into a passive state. The eye no longer scans or searches. It simply remains open, receiving the same calm impression repeatedly. Over time, the visual field becomes less distinct. Forms blend together softly. Boundaries fade slightly. This blending does not cause disorientation. Instead, it creates a sense of unity. The garden feels like a single continuous presence rather than a collection of separate elements. The outlines remain soft until they no longer feel like outlines at all. They become part of a general sense of space. Awareness no longer distinguishes individual leaves or stems. It experiences the garden as a calm and unbroken whole. This simplicity allows the mind to release effort completely. The path continues quietly through this gentle arrangement. The plants remain beside it, unchanged and unresponsive. Their broad leaves and soft outlines support the same steady rhythm, allowing attention to drift freely without consequence. The garden remains calm, consistent, and undemanding, offering a visual environment that asks nothing and gives rest in return. The garden appears still at first, as if nothing within it is moving at all. This stillness feels complete and settled, not paused or waiting. The plants hold their positions calmly, leaves rest where they are, and stems remain upright without sway. The space gives no immediate signal of motion. Everything seems to have reached a quiet agreement to remain as it is. As movement along the path continues, this stillness remains unchanged. It does not react to presence. The garden does not shift or respond. There is no sudden rustle or change in posture among the plants. This lack of response reinforces the feeling that the environment is not attentive. It exists independently, maintaining its calm state regardless of what passes through it. Over time, subtle movement begins to register, though it remains gentle and unimportant. A leaf shifts slightly, not enough to draw focus. A stem adjusts its position by a small degree, almost unnoticeable. These movements do not interrupt the stillness. They exist within it, quiet and slow, blending naturally into the overall calm. This subtle movement does not follow a pattern. It does not repeat in a way that invites tracking or anticipation. When it happens, it feels incidental, as though it would have occurred whether or not anyone was present. The garden does not perform. It does not display motion. It allows it to happen quietly, without emphasis. The contrast between stillness and movement remains soft. Nothing moves enough to stand apart from the rest. The eye does not feel drawn to any single point. Instead, awareness takes in the entire space as a whole, where stillness dominates and movement exists only as a faint variation. This balance prevents stimulation. There is nothing to follow and nothing to expect. As attention rests within this environment, the mind does not attempt to identify sources of motion. There is no effort to determine cause or direction. Movement is accepted as part of the background, not as information. This acceptance allows awareness to remain diffuse and relaxed, without tightening around detail. The air contributes to this sense of quiet motion. It remains calm and consistent, yet it carries the faintest suggestion of flow. This flow is not felt as wind. It does not press against the skin. It simply exists as a gentle presence that supports occasional shifts among leaves and stems. The air does not announce itself. It blends seamlessly into the stillness. As walking continues, the subtle movement appears and disappears without rhythm. A leaf lifts slightly and then rests again. A cluster of plants changes shape by a small amount. These changes do not accumulate or build. They leave no impression. The mind does not remember them. Each moment stands alone, unconnected to the next. The garden does not signal when movement occurs. There is no sound to mark it clearly. The motion remains nearly silent. Even when a leaf moves, it does so without creating noise that might draw attention. Sound remains soft and continuous, unaffected by these small shifts. Stillness remains the dominant experience. This combination of stillness and subtle movement creates a feeling of depth. The environment does not feel frozen or artificial. It feels alive in a quiet way. Life continues, but it does so slowly and without urgency. Nothing in the garden rushes or reacts. Everything moves at a pace that feels compatible with rest. The body responds naturally to this balance. Muscles remain relaxed. Breathing stays even. There is no signal that requires readiness or alertness. The nervous system recognizes that the environment is stable. Subtle movement does not imply change or threat. It simply confirms that the space is calm and ongoing. As awareness drifts, the distinction between stillness and movement becomes less clear. Both are experienced as part of the same steady presence. The mind does not separate them. It does not classify or compare. It allows the garden to exist as it is, without analysis. The subtle movements never grow stronger. they remain small and infrequent. This consistency reinforces trust. When motion stays gentle, there is no reason to anticipate escalation. The environment continues to feel safe and predictable. Awareness relaxes further, no longer monitoring the surroundings. The garden maintains this quiet balance as movement along the path continues. Nothing changes in response to time or presence. Stillness remains primary. Motion remains secondary. Both coexist without conflict. This harmony supports a deepening sense of calm. Over time, attention becomes less sensitive to change. The mind no longer registers subtle movement consciously. It fades into the background. Stillness becomes the dominant impression. The environment feels settled and complete, requiring no interaction or observation. The space does not invite focus. It does not ask to be understood. It allows awareness to drift freely, supported by its consistency. Stillness provides a foundation, and subtle movement adds gentle texture without disruption. Together, they create an atmosphere that encourages rest without effort. As walking continues, the experience remains unchanged. The garden does not evolve or progress. It simply exists in this balanced state. Stillness holds the space, and subtle movement passes through it quietly. Nothing demands attention, nothing requires response. Eventually, the presence of movement becomes almost imperceptible. It exists only as a faint sense that the garden is alive and steady. This sense does not stimulate thought. It reassures without speaking. Awareness rests comfortably within it. The garden continues to offer this calm arrangement, allowing the mind to let go of focus and effort. Stillness remains dominant, and subtle movement remains gentle and rare. Together, they support a quiet state where attention softens and drifts, untroubled and at ease. The garden begins to feel gently enclosed, though not confined. The plants grow closer together along the edges of the path, forming a quiet density that surrounds movement without restricting it. This enclosure does not feel deliberate or designed. It feels natural and settled, as if the garden has slowly grown into this shape over time. The space remains open enough to breathe easily, yet close enough to feel held. The density of the plants creates a sense of consistency. There are no sudden openings or wide clearings. The greenery continues steadily, maintaining the same depth and presence on either side. This balance removes the need to look outward or scan the surroundings. The environment feels complete within itself, offering no gaps that invite attention or curiosity. Leaves overlap and layer gently, forming a soft wall of greenery. These layers do not feel heavy or pressing. They exist calmly, providing structure without weight. The enclosure feels supportive rather than limiting. It allows the body to relax, knowing that the space remains stable and unchanged. As movement continues, this quiet enclosure remains consistent. The path does not widen or narrow in a way that demands adjustment. The plants maintain their distance, neither encroaching nor retreating. This predictability reinforces a sense of ease. When the environment does not shift suddenly, the body does not need to prepare for change. The enclosure also softens sound. Any noise that exists feels absorbed by the surrounding greenery. There is no echo and no sharp reflection. Sound remains close and muted, contained within the space. This containment adds to the feeling of safety. The environment feels insulated, protected from interruption. Light behaves differently within this density. Moonlight filters through layers of leaves, diffusing gently before reaching the path. There are no bright patches or deep shadows. Light arrives softened and even, supporting the calm tone of the space. The enclosure does not block light entirely. It tempers it, making it gentle and consistent. The sense of enclosure does not require awareness to maintain. It is felt rather than observed. There is no need to look up or around to confirm it. The body registers it quietly, as a subtle boundary that holds the space together. This holding does not create pressure, it creates comfort. As awareness drifts, the enclosure becomes less noticeable as a feature and more present as a condition. It feels like a background quality rather than a defining element. The garden simply feels contained in a calm and stable way. This containment removes the sense of exposure, allowing alertness to fade. The density of plants remains uniform as movement continues. There are no clusters that stand out, and no thinning that draws attention. This uniformity prevents stimulation. The eye does not search for variation. It rests easily within the consistent pattern of leaves and stems. The enclosure also influences the sense of scale. The space does not feel large or small. It feels proportionate and balanced. There is no need to assess distance or depth. Everything exists within a comfortable range, neither overwhelming nor distant. This balanced scale supports relaxation. As the path curves gently, the enclosure follows naturally. The plants maintain their density through each curve, preserving the same calm structure. There is no sense of entering a new area. The space remains continuous. This continuity removes the feeling of transition, allowing awareness to remain steady. The quiet enclosure also supports a feeling of privacy. The density of greenery creates a gentle separation from whatever lies beyond. There is no need to imagine what exists outside the garden. The enclosure makes the interior space feel complete and self-contained. Attention does not wander outward. Breathing remains easy within this space. The air feels steady and calm. The enclosure does not trap air or create stagnation. Instead, it holds the atmosphere gently, maintaining a consistent temperature and quality. Each breath feels similar to the last, smooth and unremarkable. The body responds to this quiet enclosure by releasing subtle tension. The spine remains upright without effort. The arms hang loosely. The head rests comfortably on the neck. There is no need to brace or adjust. The space feels supportive, as though it carries part of the weight of awareness. As time passes, the enclosure fades into familiarity. It no longer feels like a feature of the environment. It becomes the expected state. Awareness does not register it actively. It simply rests within it. This familiarity deepens the sense of calm. The density of the garden does not feel alive in a stimulating way. It does not move or shift significantly. It remains steady and present. This steadiness reassures the nervous system. When nothing changes, vigilance is unnecessary. The mind releases its hold further. The enclosure also softens the edges of perception. Sounds, light, and movement all feel gently contained. Nothing extends outward sharply. Everything stays close and manageable. This containment reduces the sense of effort required to perceive the environment. As movement continues along the path, the enclosure remains unchanged. The same density accompanies each step. There is no signal that the space will open or close further. This predictability allows the mind to stop anticipating. Awareness settles deeper into the present moment. Eventually, the sense of enclosure becomes almost imperceptible. It exists quietly in the background, supporting the experience without drawing attention. The garden feels whole and complete, requiring no exploration beyond what is already present. The quiet density of plants continues to frame the path, offering a calm and stable environment. Nothing intrudes and nothing recedes. The enclosure remains gentle and consistent, allowing attention to drift freely and rest within the steady presence of the garden. The garden carries a feeling that is both known and undefined. Nothing within it feels strange or alarming, yet nothing stands out as clearly recognizable. This balance creates a quiet comfort. The environment does not invite identification. It does not encourage memory or comparison. Instead, it allows everything to exist in a gentle middle space where familiarity is felt without being named. As movement continues along the path, this feeling remains steady. The shapes of leaves and stems seem as though they have been seen before, though not in any specific place or time. They resemble impressions rather than memories. The mind does not search for where these forms were encountered previously. It simply accepts them as comfortably present. This familiarity does not depend on detail. It exists at a general level, like a tone or mood that does not change. The garden does not require recognition to feel safe. It does not ask the mind to confirm what it is seeing. Everything appears sufficient without explanation. This removes the need to think or evaluate. At the same time, the environment does not feel fully known. There are no clear markers that define it as a particular place. It does not resemble a specific garden or landscape from memory. This lack of specificity prevents the mind from forming associations. Without association, attention does not wander. It remains gently anchored in the present experience. The plants maintain this balance through their consistency. Their forms repeat softly, without presenting distinct features that demand attention. Leaves overlap in familiar ways, yet none stand out as unique. Stems rise and curve naturally, without forming patterns that invite analysis. Everything feels comfortably neutral. The sense of unfamiliarity does not create tension. It does not suggest novelty or discovery. It simply prevents the environment from becoming too predictable in a way that might invite boredom. The garden remains quietly engaging without stimulating thought. This balance allows awareness to rest without becoming dull or alert. As walking continues, the mind does not attempt to categorize what it sees. There is no impulse to name or label. The environment does not reward such effort. Instead, it remains unchanged whether observed closely or loosely. This encourages a relaxed mode of perception, where details are present but not examined. The familiarity of the space feels emotional rather than cognitive. It resembles the feeling of returning to a place that has always existed, even if it has never been visited before. This feeling does not require explanation. It simply settles in quietly, offering reassurance without clarity. The unfamiliar aspects of the garden remain gentle and non-intrusive. They do not surprise or challenge. They simply exist as soft variations within the overall calm. The mind does not react to them. It allows them to pass without forming questions or expectations. This balance between known and unknown creates a stable atmosphere. The environment feels reliable without being repetitive in a way that draws attention. It maintains interest at a low level, enough to support awareness without activating thought. This subtle engagement helps prevent restlessness while still encouraging relaxation. As time passes, the distinction between familiar and unfamiliar becomes less noticeable. Both qualities blend together into a single impression of calm presence. The mind no longer attempts to separate them. It experiences the garden as a whole, without analysis or interpretation. The path continues through this space without signaling change. Each section feels much like the last, yet not identical enough to be counted or measured. This slight variation keeps the experience fluid. It does not allow the mind to settle into tracking or anticipation. Instead, it supports a gentle drifting of attention. The environment does not trigger memory. It does not resemble a place with personal meaning. This absence of memory association prevents emotional activation. The garden remains neutral and safe, allowing the listener to remain detached from personal thoughts or experiences. The familiar unfamiliarity also supports a sense of timelessness. The garden does not feel anchored to a specific era or moment. It exists outside of personal history. This removes the sense of past and future. Awareness rests in a present that does not demand reference. As movement continues, the body responds positively to this quality. There is no tension created by uncertainty. The unfamiliar elements do not signal risk. The familiar elements do not demand recognition. The nervous system remains calm, supported by the steady balance of the environment. The air, light, and sound all contribute to this feeling. None of them are distinctive enough to be remembered. They blend together into a soft background that feels known without being defined. This lack of distinction prevents the formation of mental images that might linger. Over time, the garden feels less like a place and more like a condition. It is not something being visited, it is something being experienced. This shift allows awareness to loosen further. The mind no longer attempts to situate itself within the space. It simply remains within the experience. The familiar unfamiliarity becomes the dominant quality of the environment. It does not change or intensify. It remains steady, offering the same quiet reassurance throughout movement along the path. This steadiness encourages deeper relaxation. Eventually, the environment no longer feels either familiar or unfamiliar. Those distinctions lose relevance. What remains is a sense of calm continuity. The garden exists without definition, and awareness rests within it without effort. The path continues quietly through this balanced space. The plants remain consistent. Light and shadow remain soft. Sound remains gentle. Everything supports the same neutral presence, allowing attention to drift freely and rest without attachment. The garden maintains this state without interruption. Familiarity and unfamiliarity remain perfectly balanced, creating a space that feels safe, undemanding, and open. Within this space, the mind releases its need to understand or recognize, settling into a calm and steady state of rest. Sound in the garden does not arrive suddenly. It is already present, resting quietly in the background before it is noticed. There is no clear beginning to it. It feels as though the sounds have always been there, continuing at the same gentle level without change. Awareness does not need to search for them. They exist softly, blending into the space without drawing attention. Some sounds feel close, though they are not clearly located. They do not sit at a specific point in space. Instead, they seem to exist nearby in a general way, without direction. Other sounds feel more distant, spread out, and softened by the air. These distant sounds do not suggest activity or movement. They remain steady, forming a quiet layer beneath everything else. The boundary between close and distant sound is not clear. One does not replace the other. They overlap gently, creating a continuous field of sound rather than separate elements. The ear does not shift focus between them, it receives them together as part of a single calm presence. This blending prevents alertness. There is nothing to isolate or examine. As movement along the path continues, the sounds do not change in response. They do not grow louder or quieter. They do not react to passing presence. This lack of response reinforces the feeling that sound exists independently. It is not a signal and not a message. It is simply part of the environment. Some sounds seem natural and familiar, though they are not distinct enough to identify. They do not suggest specific sources. The mind does not attempt to label them. There is no need to recognize what produces them. Without identification, the sounds remain neutral. They do not activate memory or thought. The blending of sound creates a soft continuity. There are no sharp breaks or sudden pauses. When one sound fades slightly, another remains. Silence never arrives fully. Instead, the sound field maintains a low and even presence. This consistency reassures the nervous system. There is no interruption to monitor. The ear does not feel pulled in any direction. Sound does not come from behind or ahead in a way that invites orientation. It exists everywhere at once, evenly distributed. This lack of direction allows awareness to remain relaxed. There is no need to turn attention toward anything specific. As time passes, the sounds become less noticeable, not because they disappear, but because they stop standing out. The ear adapts to their presence. They become part of the background, supporting stillness rather than interrupting it. Awareness does not track changes. It rests within the steady blend. The volume of sound remains low and gentle. It does not rise or fall dramatically. There are no sudden peaks that demand attention. Everything stays within a narrow and comfortable range. This evenness allows the body to remain calm. Breathing stays slow and unforced. Occasionally, a sound feels slightly closer than before. This change is subtle and brief. It does not persist long enough to become meaningful. Before awareness can settle on it, it blends back into the overall sound field. The mind does not follow it. It lets it pass. The distant sounds remain distant. They do not approach or retreat. They form a stable layer beneath the closer sounds. Together, they create depth without focus. This depth does not invite exploration. It simply exists as a quiet dimension of the space. As walking continues, the rhythm of sound remains unchanged. There is no pattern to follow. Nothing repeats in a way that invites counting or anticipation. This absence of rhythm prevents engagement. The mind does not align itself with sound. It allows it to exist without response. The blending of sounds supports a sense of continuity. There is no clear moment when one phase ends and another begins. The experience flows smoothly, without markers. This smoothness encourages attention to drift. There is nothing to hold on to. Over time, the distinction between sound and silence becomes less clear. Silence does not feel empty. Sound does not feel present. Both merge into a single calm atmosphere. Awareness rests within this atmosphere without effort. The garden maintains this balanced soundscape as movement continues. Nothing intrudes and nothing withdraws. The sounds remain gentle, blended, and steady. They do not ask to be noticed. They do not require interpretation. Eventually, sound becomes almost invisible to awareness. It remains present, but it no longer registers as a separate experience. It supports the environment quietly, allowing the mind to relax further. The path continues, the garden remains still, and the blended sounds persist without change. Close and distant no longer matter. What remains is a soft and continuous presence, steady and undemanding, allowing attention to drift and settle naturally. The sounds within the garden begin to repeat, though not in a way that forms a pattern. They return softly, without announcing themselves. One moment resembles the next, but never closely enough to invite recognition. The repetition feels natural and unmeasured, like something that has no awareness of time. It does not build expectation, it simply continues. A sound may appear again after a short while, but it does not arrive in the same way. Its tone may feel similar, yet its presence is slightly altered by distance or softness. This variation prevents the ear from locking onto it. There is nothing to predict and nothing to follow. The mind remains relaxed, with no rhythm to track. This repetition feels gentle rather than mechanical. It does not suggest intention or design. Sounds repeat because the environment remains the same, not because they are meant to be noticed. The garden does not perform. It does not loop. It exists, and repetition emerges naturally from that existence. As movement along the path continues, the ear begins to accept repetition without registering it consciously. A sound returns, but awareness does not pause to acknowledge it. There is no sense of recognition. The repetition passes quietly, blending into the ongoing atmosphere without creating emphasis. The lack of pattern is important. No sound arrives at a regular interval. No sequence forms. This prevents the nervous system from engaging. When there is no predictable structure, there is nothing to prepare for. Attention does not tighten. It remains loose and unfocused. Repetition without pattern creates a sense of continuity. The soundscape feels stable, even though no single element remains constant. This stability is felt rather than analyzed. It reassures without explanation. The environment seems settled and reliable without becoming monotonous. Occasionally, the same type of sound appears several times within a short span. Even then, it does not form a recognizable rhythm. Each occurrence feels independent. The ear does not group them together. They remain separate impressions that dissolve quickly. This gentle repetition supports a calm state of awareness. The mind does not attempt to remember what has already occurred. There is no sense of sequence. Moments do not stack or accumulate. Each sound exists briefly, then fades, leaving no trace. As time passes, the repetition becomes almost invisible. It continues, but awareness no longer distinguishes between one occurrence and another. Sound becomes a soft texture rather than a series of events. This texture fills the space evenly, without peaks or gaps. The body responds positively to this quality. Breathing remains slow and even. Muscles stay relaxed. There is no signal that requires attention. The environment feels safe and unchanging, even though nothing repeats exactly. This paradox supports deep relaxation. The repetition also removes the sense of progress. There is no feeling of moving toward anything. Sound does not suggest direction or change. It does not imply that something is about to happen. The experience remains suspended in a gentle present. As awareness drifts further, repetition begins to feel comforting, not because it is recognized, but because it confirms stability. When sounds return in a familiar way, without pattern, the mind understands that nothing new is being introduced. There is no novelty to manage. The absence of pattern prevents boredom. If repetition were exact, the mind might engage. If it were rhythmic, attention might follow. Instead, repetition remains loose and irregular, allowing awareness to float without attachment. The garden maintains this soundscape quietly. Nothing enters to disrupt it. Nothing fades completely. The repetition continues at the same low level, offering a steady background that supports rest. Eventually, the ear stops distinguishing repetition at all. Sound becomes a continuous presence rather than a series of moments. It no longer matters whether something has been heard before. Each moment feels the same in its softness. The path continues, and the environment remains unchanged. Repetition persists without structure or emphasis. Sound exists without pattern, without demand, and without meaning. It supports a calm and steady state, allowing attention to drift freely and settle deeper into rest. Within the steady field of sound, small interruptions appear from time to time. They do not arrive suddenly, and they do not break the calm. These interruptions are gentle and brief, like slight variations rather than true changes. They pass through the soundscape without leaving a mark, allowing the overall atmosphere to remain undisturbed. An interruption may feel like a pause where sound thins for a moment, or a subtle shift where one tone becomes slightly more noticeable before blending back in. These moments do not demand attention. They are not signals or alerts. They exist quietly, adding texture without altering the balance of the environment. The softness of these interruptions is important. They never arrive with sharp edges. They do not rise in volume or intensity. Instead, they appear as natural fluctuations, the kind that occur when nothing is being controlled or arranged. The garden allows them to happen without emphasis, and they dissolve as gently as they appear. As awareness rests within this soundscape, the mind does not react to these interruptions. There is no impulse to refocus or reassess. The interruptions do not suggest that something has changed. They do not imply cause or consequence. They simply pass, leaving the steady presence of sound intact. These moments of variation help prevent the environment from becoming flat. They add quiet depth without creating interest. The ear registers them briefly, then releases them. There is no memory formed and no expectation created. Each interruption stands alone and then fades completely. The timing of these interruptions remains unpredictable. They do not follow a schedule or rhythm. This unpredictability does not create alertness because the interruptions are too soft to matter. Without intensity, unpredictability does not stimulate. It simply exists as part of the natural flow. As walking continues along the path, the interruptions do not align with movement. They do not occur at certain steps or turns. This lack of connection reinforces their neutrality. They are not responses, they are not cues, they are independent of presence and direction. Sometimes an interruption feels like a brief quieting, where sound seems to recede slightly. At other times, it feels like a faint addition, a soft layer that appears and then blends away. In both cases, the change is subtle enough that awareness does not linger. The mind does not follow it. These interruptions do not accumulate. One does not lead to another. They remain isolated moments within a continuous sound field. Because they do not build or escalate, they never become meaningful. The nervous system remains calm, recognizing that nothing requires attention. The softness of these interruptions also preserves the sense of safety. Nothing unexpected occurs. There are no sharp contrasts that might trigger alertness. Each variation fits naturally within the overall calm, reinforcing trust in the environment. Over time, awareness becomes less sensitive to these interruptions. They still occur, but they no longer register clearly. The mind adapts to their presence, treating them as part of the background rather than as events. Sound becomes even more diffuse and gentle. The balance between continuity and interruption supports relaxation. Without interruptions, the soundscape might feel static. With harsh interruptions, it might feel unstable. Here, the balance remains perfect. Change exists, but it is too soft to matter. As attention drifts, the idea of interruption loses meaning. Sound flows without clear boundaries. Moments do not stand out from one another. The experience feels smooth and unbroken, even though small variations continue beneath the surface. The garden maintains this quiet dynamic effortlessly. Nothing is introduced and nothing is removed. The soundscape breathes gently, expanding and contracting without notice. This subtle movement keeps the environment alive without stimulating thought. Eventually, the ear no longer distinguishes between steady sound and interruption. Both merge into a single calm presence. The mind does not track what changes or when. It rests within the overall atmosphere, supported by its softness. The path continues, the garden remains still, and sound persists in this gentle balance. Soft interruptions appear and fade without consequence. Nothing calls for attention, nothing requires response. The environment remains steady and undemanding, allowing awareness to sink deeper into rest. Sound in the garden does not behave like a series of separate moments. It feels continuous, as though it has no beginning and no end. There is no point at which sound starts, and no point where it stops. It exists as a steady presence that fills the space evenly, supporting the environment without drawing attention to itself. This continuity creates a sense of calm stability. When sound does not change abruptly, the mind does not need to check in or reassess. There is nothing new to interpret. The ear relaxes, accepting sound as part of the background rather than as information. Awareness remains open but unengaged. As movement along the path continues, sound remains unchanged. It does not rise as steps continue, and it does not fade with distance. It exists independently of motion. This independence reinforces the idea that nothing is responding or reacting. The environment simply continues as it is. The continuous quality of sound removes the sense of sequence. There is no first sound followed by a second. Everything blends together into a single field. Moments do not stand apart. They merge softly, creating an impression of unbroken time. This impression encourages attention to drift rather than focus. The ear does not search for variation within this continuity. Even when small changes occur, they are absorbed into the overall presence. Nothing interrupts the flow. The continuity remains intact, smoothing over any differences. This smoothing effect prevents alertness and supports rest. As time passes, the mind stops registering sound as a distinct experience. It becomes part of the environment, like air or light. It is present without being noticed. This shift allows awareness to relax further, releasing the need to monitor or interpret. The continuity of sound also affects the perception of space. Without directional cues, space feels even and undivided. There is no sense of sound coming from one place or another. It exists everywhere at once, filling the garden uniformly. This lack of direction removes the need for orientation. Breathing aligns naturally with this steady presence. Each breath fits comfortably within the soundscape. There is no conflict between internal rhythm and external environment. The body settles into harmony with the space, supported by the unchanging background of sound. The garden maintains this continuity without effort. It does not need to produce sound actively. Sound simply exists, sustained by the environment itself. This effortlessness reinforces the feeling that nothing needs to be done. Everything is already in balance. As awareness drifts deeper, the concept of sound begins to soften. It is no longer perceived as something separate from silence. Both blend together into a single calm condition. Silence does not feel empty, and sound does not feel present. The distinction fades. This blending creates a sense of timelessness. Without clear changes or markers, time loses its structure. Moments do not feel counted or measured. The experience stretches gently, without edges. This lack of structure supports deep relaxation. The continuity of sound also removes anticipation. When nothing changes, there is nothing to expect. The mind does not prepare for future moments. It rests within the present, unbothered by what might come next. As walking continues, the path does not influence the soundscape. Curves and straight sections do not alter volume or texture. The environment remains consistent. This consistency reassures the nervous system. Nothing requires attention or readiness. The body responds by releasing remaining tension. Muscles soften further. The posture remains natural and unforced. There is no signal that requires alertness. The steady presence of sound supports this release, acting as a gentle anchor for awareness. Over time, sound becomes almost imperceptible. It is still there, but it no longer registers consciously. The ear adapts completely. The mind does not notice absence or presence. It simply rests. The garden continues unchanged. The same gentle sound fills the space without variation. It does not demand listening. It does not invite analysis. It exists quietly, supporting the calm rhythm of the environment. Eventually, the continuity of sound becomes the foundation of the experience. Everything else fades into the background. Movement, space, and awareness all settle into this steady presence. There is no effort involved in maintaining attention. It rests naturally. The path continues. The garden remains still, and sound persists without interruption. It carries the experience forward without marking time. Close and distant no longer apply. Sound is simply there, continuous and undemanding, allowing awareness to drift and settle deeply into rest. Moonlight rests across the garden without emphasis. It does not shine or draw attention. It simply exists, evenly spread, touching every surface with the same quiet presence. There are no bright areas and no deep shadows. Everything shares the same soft level of illumination, creating a sense of balance that does not shift or change. This even light removes contrast. Leaves do not stand out from stems. The path does not separate itself from the surrounding ground. Everything appears connected by the same gentle tone. The eye does not search for edges or boundaries. It relaxes, allowing vision to soften naturally. As movement continues along the path, the moonlight remains unchanged. It does not respond to motion or direction. Turning does not alter the way light falls. Each step forward feels visually identical to the last. This consistency allows awareness to remain steady without adjustment or focus. The light does not suggest time passing. It does not grow stronger or weaker. It does not hint at movement in the sky. It feels settled, as though it has already reached its final state. This absence of progression removes any sense of waiting. The moment feels complete as it is. Surfaces within the garden receive this light quietly, leaves reflected gently without shine. Soil absorbs it without darkening. The path holds it evenly, without variation. Nothing sparkles or glows. The light remains matte and calm, supporting rest rather than stimulation. The evenness of the moonlight also softens perception. Details remain visible but unimportant. The eye does not sharpen or narrow its focus. Vision becomes broad and unfixed, taking in the space as a whole rather than examining parts. This unfocused seeing supports relaxation. As awareness drifts, the light begins to feel less like something being seen and more like a condition of the space. It is simply how things appear. There is no alternative lighting to compare against. The environment exists within this single, gentle tone. The absence of contrast means there are no visual signals to respond to. Nothing appears closer or farther away because of light. Depth remains even and calm. The space does not expand or contract visually. This stability reassures the nervous system. Nothing is approaching and nothing is receding. The moonlight does not create dramatic shadows. Where shadows exist, they are soft and shallow. They do not conceal or reveal. They rest quietly beneath leaves and along the edges of the path, blending into the surrounding light. There is no mystery and no focus. As movement continues, the consistency of light prevents the mind from forming images that linger. There is nothing striking to remember. Each view resembles the last. This repetition without emphasis allows attention to loosen its grip. Awareness does not store what it sees. The body responds to this even light by remaining relaxed. There is no instinct to squint or adjust. The eyes remain open without effort. The face stays soft. There is no tension created by brightness or darkness. The visual environment feels comfortable and neutral. The garden maintains this lighting without interruption. Clouds do not pass and nothing shifts. The moonlight feels stable, as though it belongs to the garden itself rather than coming from above. This grounded feeling supports a sense of permanence. Over time, the light becomes almost unnoticed. It remains present, but awareness stops registering it actively. It becomes part of the background, like the steady sound or the calm air. Vision rests within it without engagement. The evenness of moonlight also supports a sense of safety. Without strong shadows or bright highlights, there is nothing to interpret. The environment feels open and clear without being exposed. Everything is visible enough to feel secure, yet soft enough to remain calming. As walking continues, the path does not lead toward brighter or darker areas. Each section appears the same. This lack of visual progression removes the sense of journey. Movement feels continuous rather than directional. The experience remains suspended in a steady present. Eventually, the distinction between light and space begins to blur. The garden does not feel lit, it simply feels present. The moonlight becomes part of the environment rather than an element within it. Awareness rests easily within this condition. The garden continues unchanged under this even light. Plants remain calm, the path remains steady, shadows remain soft. Nothing draws attention, nothing requires focus. The moonlight supports a gentle and consistent visual field, allowing attention to drift freely and rest without effort. Light does not stop at the surface of the garden. It settles and then returns softly, creating gentle reflections that never become bright. These reflections do not flash or shimmer. They remain quiet, resting on leaves and stems with a muted presence. Nothing catches the eye sharply. The reflected light feels absorbed and returned at the same calm level. Leaves reflect moonlight unevenly, though the difference is subtle. Some surfaces appear slightly lighter, others slightly darker, but the change is too small to matter. The eye does not follow these variations. They do not form patterns or points of interest. Reflection exists as a soft texture rather than a visual event. As movement continues along the path, reflections remain stable. They do not shift suddenly with angle or position. Turning does not create new highlights. The reflected light feels fixed, as though it belongs to the objects themselves rather than responding to movement. This stability removes the need for visual adjustment. The surfaces that reflect light do so gently. There is no shine or gloss. Leaves appear matte and calm. Moisture, if present, does not sparkle. It simply softens the surface slightly, allowing light to spread rather than concentrate. This diffusion keeps the environment visually quiet. Reflections also appear on the ground. The path holds a faint suggestion of light, though it does not mirror anything clearly. The ground absorbs most of the illumination, returning only a small and even tone. There is no glare to avoid, and no darkness to strain against. Vision remains relaxed. The garden does not offer reflective contrasts. There are no surfaces that suddenly brighten or darken. Everything reflects light in a similar way, maintaining balance across the space. This uniformity prevents the eye from seeking difference. It supports a broad and unfocused gaze. As awareness drifts, reflections become less noticeable as separate elements. They blend into the overall presence of light. The mind does not distinguish between light that arrives and light that returns. Both are experienced as part of the same calm condition. The absence of sharp reflection removes any sense of movement within the light. Nothing flickers or shifts. The reflected glow feels settled, as though it has reached a stable state. This lack of change reinforces the sense of stillness throughout the garden. Plants do not appear outlined by reflection. Edges remain soft. Boundaries are not emphasized. Reflection does not trace shapes or define forms. It simply adds a quiet layer of presence to surfaces, supporting the gentle visual field. As walking continues, reflections do not guide attention. They do not suggest direction or depth. They exist everywhere evenly, offering no cues to follow. The eye remains passive, receiving rather than seeking. The gentle nature of reflection also affects the sense of space. Without bright points or dark voids, space feels even and contained. There are no visual anchors to orient around. The environment feels whole and undivided. Reflections do not invite interpretation. They do not reveal detail or conceal it. They do not suggest wetness or dryness in a way that matters. They remain neutral, contributing to atmosphere without adding information. This neutrality allows the mind to remain quiet. As time passes, reflections become almost invisible to awareness. They are still present, but they no longer register consciously. The eye adapts to them completely. Vision settles into a single, calm impression, without layers or contrast. The body responds to this visual softness by remaining relaxed. The eyes do not strain, the face remains loose. There is no impulse to blink frequently or refocus. The visual environment feels easy to inhabit. The garden maintains this gentle, reflective quality without interruption. Nothing changes as movement continues. Reflections remain consistent, offering the same quiet support to the space. They do not build or fade, they simply remain. Eventually, the idea of reflection itself loses relevance. Light and surface blend together into one steady presence. The environment no longer feels lit or reflective, it simply feels present and calm. The path continues quietly through this softened light. Leaves and ground maintain their gentle glow. Nothing draws attention, nothing asks to be seen. Reflections exist only as part of the overall stillness, supporting a state of rest where attention drifts freely and settles without effort. Shadows exist throughout the garden, but they do not carry significance. They do not suggest depth or concealment. They do not imply movement or intention. They rest quietly where light softens, forming gentle areas of darkness that feel calm and neutral. These shadows do not invite attention, they simply remain. The shapes of shadows are loose and undefined. They do not follow sharp lines or recognizable forms. A shadow may stretch beneath a cluster of leaves or gather softly along the edge of the path, but it never becomes distinct enough to notice clearly. The eye does not pause on it, it passes over without effort. As movement continues, shadows do not shift dramatically. They do not slide or change shape in response to direction. They remain settled, as though they have already found their place for the night. This stillness removes any sense of mystery. There is nothing hidden and nothing revealed. The darkness within these shadows is shallow. It does not feel deep or heavy. Light still exists within it, muted rather than absent. This softness prevents contrast. The difference between light and shadow remains small and gentle, allowing vision to stay relaxed. Shadows do not mark boundaries. They do not separate one space from another. They blend smoothly into surrounding light, creating gradual transitions rather than edges. This blending removes the need to interpret space. Everything feels continuous and connected. The garden does not use shadows to create emphasis. No area feels more important or more distant because of darkness. Shadows do not frame objects or draw the eye inward. They exist as part of the overall texture of the environment, supporting balance rather than contrast. As awareness drifts, shadows become less noticeable. They do not stand out as features. They are simply part of how the garden appears. The mind does not assign meaning to them. There is no impulse to imagine what lies within them. The absence of meaning is calming. When shadows do not suggest threat or depth, the nervous system remains at ease. There is no need for caution or alertness. The environment feels open and safe, even where light is softer. Shadows beneath plants feel grounded and still. They do not move with imagined life. They do not suggest presence. They rest quietly, anchored to the shapes above them. This grounded quality reinforces stability. Along the path, shadows remain gentle and consistent. They do not interrupt movement or obscure the ground. The path remains visible without effort. There is no need to watch where each step falls. The environment supports ease and trust. As walking continues, shadows remain unchanged. They do not gather or disperse. They do not signal time passing. They feel timeless, as though they belong permanently to the space. This timelessness allows awareness to release its sense of progression. The body responds naturally to this visual neutrality. There is no tension in the shoulders or neck. The eyes remain open without strain. Vision does not search for clarity or safety. It simply rests within the even field of light and shadow. Shadows do not invite imagination. They do not resemble shapes or figures. They do not suggest stories. They remain abstract and quiet, offering no material for thought. This lack of suggestion keeps the mind calm and unoccupied. As attention continues to soften, the distinction between shadow and light becomes less important. Both are experienced as part of the same gentle presence. The garden does not feel divided into bright and dark areas. It feels whole and undisturbed. The environment remains consistent. Shadows stay where they are. Light remains even. Nothing shifts or surprises. This predictability supports deeper relaxation. When nothing changes, awareness does not need to monitor. Over time, shadows fade into the background of perception. They remain visible, but they no longer register consciously. The mind does not note their presence or absence. Vision becomes broad and unfocused, taking in the space without detail. The garden continues quietly under this balance of light and shadow. Neither dominates, neither carries meaning. Together, they create a calm visual field that does not stimulate thought or attention. As movement along the path continues, shadows do not suggest direction or destination. They do not point forward or backward. They simply exist where light softens, offering no guidance and no distraction. Eventually, the idea of shadow itself dissolves. Darkness and light blend into a single gentle tone. The environment no longer feels defined by contrast. It feels smooth and even, allowing awareness to rest deeply. The garden remains unchanged. Shadows remain quiet and without meaning. Light remains soft and steady. Nothing asks to be interpreted. Nothing requires focus. The space supports rest by offering a visual experience that is calm, neutral, and complete. Vision begins to soften as time passes in the garden. It does not happen suddenly, and there is no clear moment when seeing changes. The eyes gradually release their need to focus, remaining open without searching for detail or clarity. The environment does not demand sharp attention, and without that demand, vision slows naturally. The shapes of plants and paths remain visible, but their edges begin to dissolve. Forms blend gently into one another, no longer separating cleanly. Leaves do not appear as individual objects anymore. They become part of a larger, quieter field of presence, where distinction feels unnecessary and effort fades. As movement continues, the gaze grows broader. It no longer settles on a single point, but rests lightly across the space as a whole. Seeing becomes receptive rather than directed. There is no strain, no adjustment, only a soft openness that feels comfortable and unforced. The garden supports this slowing of vision completely. Nothing moves quickly, nothing flashes or changes. Without visual events to respond to, the eyes have no reason to sharpen. They remain calm, matching the steady rhythm of the environment. Light and shadow continue to blend smoothly. Contrast stays low and gentle, giving the eyes no task to perform. There is no brightness to resist and no darkness to examine. Everything exists within the same narrow range, allowing the muscles around the eyes to relax further. As awareness drifts, vision becomes less central to the experience. Seeing does not disappear, but it no longer leads. It recedes into the background, joining breath, movement, and sound as part of a single quiet presence. Depth begins to flatten in a calming way. Near and far feel similar. Distance loses importance. The path ahead does not call attention to itself. Without depth cues to interpret, the mind stops mapping space, and vision no longer organizes the environment. The edges of the visual field soften as well. Peripheral vision blends seamlessly with the center, removing any sense of boundary. Everything feels evenly present. There is no impulse to scan or check. The need to orient dissolves naturally. As walking continues, the eyes no longer follow movement step by step. The body moves forward, but vision remains still, receiving the same gentle impressions again and again. Each moment looks much like the last, and nothing stands out long enough to be remembered. Breathing remains slow and even, and vision follows this rhythm quietly. The eyes stay open without alertness. There is no tension in keeping them open and no urge to close them. Seeing becomes effortless. Thoughts drift away from what is visible. Images no longer form clearly. The environment does not stimulate imagination. Vision becomes background rather than foreground, supporting rest rather than activity. Blinking slows naturally. Each blink feels unhurried, and when the eyes open again, the scene appears unchanged. Nothing resets, nothing sharpens. This sameness reassures the nervous system that nothing requires attention. The garden remains visually steady, plants stay still, light remains even, shadows remain soft. There is no signal of change. With no reason to watch for anything, alertness fades further. Eventually, vision feels almost like rest. The eyes remain open, but they are no longer working. They receive light without effort. Seeing becomes a state rather than an action. The distinction between looking and simply being present begins to blur. Vision blends with sound, movement, and breath into one calm experience. No sense leads, nothing competes for awareness. The path continues, the garden remains calm, and vision slows to match the steady rhythm of the space. Seeing stays soft and unfocused, allowing attention to rest lightly, undisturbed, and at ease. The garden settles into a rhythm that does not ask to be measured. It is not fast, and it is not slow. It simply continues at a steady pace that feels natural and unforced. This rhythm does not present itself as a pattern. It does not repeat in a way that can be counted or tracked. It exists quietly, supporting movement and stillness at the same time. Walking continues without awareness of steps. There is no sense of how many have passed or how many remain. The body moves forward, guided by the path, but the mind does not follow each motion. The rhythm of movement blends seamlessly with the rhythm of the space, creating a single calm flow that does not break or change. Breathing settles into this rhythm as well. Each breath arrives when it arrives and leaves when it leaves. There is no effort to control it. Inhaling and exhaling feel evenly spaced, though they are not measured. The body does not count breaths or adjust their depth. It simply allows them to happen, supported by the steady atmosphere of the garden. The rhythm of sound continues alongside this movement. It does not form beats or cycles. It does not suggest tempo. It remains constant enough to feel stable, yet loose enough to avoid structure. The ear does not follow it. It rests within it, allowing sound to exist without engagement. Light and shadow also follow this uncounted rhythm. Nothing changes suddenly. The visual field remains calm and even. The eyes do not register progression or sequence. Seeing becomes part of the same gentle flow, supporting the overall sense of continuity. As awareness drifts, the idea of rhythm itself becomes less distinct. It is no longer something perceived directly. It becomes a background condition, like the presence of air or gravity. The body responds to it without noticing, remaining balanced and relaxed. The absence of counting removes effort. When there is nothing to measure, there is nothing to manage. The mind does not attempt to keep track of time or movement. It releases this responsibility quietly. Attention softens, no longer anchored to progression. The garden supports this state by remaining unchanged. Plants do not sway in cycles. Sounds do not repeat in intervals. Nothing encourages counting or anticipation. The environment feels timeless, existing outside of sequence. As walking continues, the rhythm remains steady. It does not accelerate or slow. It does not lead toward anything. This steadiness allows awareness to remain calm. There is no expectation of change and no concern about duration. The body settles deeper into this rhythm. Muscles remain loose. Posture feels supported without effort. There is no tension held in preparation. Movement feels automatic and safe. The nervous system recognizes the stability and responds by releasing remaining alertness. The rhythm without counting also affects thought. Thoughts do not line up in order. They drift loosely, appearing and fading without connection. There is no internal timeline to follow. The mind does not organize or plan. It simply rests. Sound continues to flow gently, reinforcing this state. Without beats or markers, sound becomes a soft presence rather than a series of events. The ear does not wait for anything to happen. It remains open and relaxed. The path continues beneath movement, but its progress is not felt. Forward motion does not register as advancement. It feels like continuation rather than travel. This removes any sense of journey. The experience remains suspended in a calm present. As time passes, the rhythm becomes almost invisible. It remains, but awareness no longer distinguishes it. Everything blends into a single steady condition. Movement, breath, sound, and light all align without effort. The garden maintains this alignment quietly. Nothing interrupts it, nothing draws attention away. The environment feels complete and settled, allowing the rhythm to continue undisturbed. Eventually, the idea of rhythm fades altogether. What remains is a sense of gentle continuation. There is no awareness of pace, count, or sequence. The body remains at ease, supported by the steady presence of the space. The path carries movement forward without marking time. The garden remains calm, sound remains soft, light remains even. Everything supports the same uncounted flow, allowing attention to rest deeply and comfortably. In this state, effort dissolves. There is nothing to follow and nothing to track. The experience exists quietly, steady, and undemanding, offering a calm rhythm that asks for nothing and gives rest in return. Between each gentle movement and each quiet sound, there are pauses that do not feel empty. These pauses do not interrupt the experience. They soften it. They exist naturally, without being placed or timed. Nothing announces their arrival. They simply appear, offering small spaces where nothing needs to happen. These pauses do not signal an ending. They do not suggest waiting. They are not gaps to be filled. They feel complete on their own, calm and steady. Within them, the environment remains present. The garden does not disappear. It rests quietly, unchanged. As movement continues along the path, these pauses become more noticeable, though not more important. They do not draw attention. They allow attention to drift. Sound fades slightly, then returns without emphasis. Motion slows, then continues, without decision. Everything flows gently through these spaces. The pauses create a sense of softness between moments. They prevent experience from becoming continuous in a way that might feel demanding. Instead, they allow each impression to settle before the next arrives. This settling does not require awareness. It happens naturally, supported by the calm environment. Breathing aligns with these pauses. Each breath includes a quiet space at its edge, where inhaling ends and exhaling begins. These spaces are not held. They are not controlled. They occur naturally, giving the body a moment of stillness before continuing. This rhythm feels easy and unforced. The garden supports these pauses by remaining unchanged. Nothing moves quickly enough to fill them. Nothing demands response. Plants remain still. Light remains even. Sound remains gentle. The pauses feel safe because nothing intrudes upon them. As awareness drifts, these pauses begin to blend together. They no longer feel separate from movement or sound. They become part of the overall rhythm. Experience slows without stopping. Time stretches gently, losing its sharp edges. The mind responds to these pauses by releasing effort. There is no need to anticipate what comes next. The pauses do not lead anywhere. They simply exist, allowing attention to rest momentarily before continuing. This lack of direction supports deeper relaxation. Within these pauses, thought becomes less active. There is no stimulus to respond to. The mind does not fill the space with planning or memory. It allows the pause to remain quiet. This quiet does not feel forced. It feels natural and welcome. Sound within the pauses remains faint but present. It does not disappear completely. It softens, then returns. This gentle fluctuation prevents silence from feeling empty. The environment remains continuous, even within stillness. Movement also respects these pauses. Steps feel slower, not because they are delayed, but because awareness no longer tracks them closely. The body moves through pauses without effort, guided by the same steady rhythm as before. The pauses do not accumulate. One does not lead to another in a way that forms structure. They remain individual and unmarked. This lack of structure prevents engagement. The mind does not count or compare. It simply rests. As time passes, the pauses feel longer, though they are not measured. This sense of length comes from reduced activity rather than increased duration. With fewer changes to register, moments feel spacious. This spaciousness supports calm. The garden continues to hold this space gently. Nothing fills the pauses with meaning. They remain neutral and safe. The environment does not change during them. It remains present and supportive. Eventually, the distinction between pause and moment fades. Everything blends into a single slow flow. Movement, sound, and stillness no longer feel separate. They exist together, evenly and quietly. The body settles deeper within this flow. Muscles remain relaxed. Breathing remains steady. There is no impulse to adjust or respond. The pauses allow the nervous system to remain at ease. As awareness softens further, pauses become almost imperceptible. They are still there, but they no longer stand out. They simply support the experience quietly, without drawing attention. The garden maintains this gentle pacing without interruption. Nothing changes, nothing advances. Everything remains steady and calm. Within these pauses, attention drifts freely. There is no need to hold on to any moment. Each one passes naturally into the next. The experience feels smooth and unbroken, even as space exists between impressions. The path continues. The garden remains still, and pauses appear softly between moments. They do not interrupt. They support rest. They allow awareness to sink deeper into calm, offering quiet spaces where nothing is required and everything remains at ease. The garden continues to offer the same gentle experiences again and again. Nothing new is introduced. Nothing is taken away. This repetition does not feel dull or empty. It feels reassuring. Each familiar impression confirms that the environment remains stable and unchanged. The mind recognizes this stability quietly and responds by relaxing further. As movement continues along the path, the same elements return. The same soft light rests across leaves. The same calm sound remains in the background. The same steady pace carries the body forward. These repeated sensations do not ask to be noticed. They simply appear again, offering a sense of continuity that feels safe. Repetition removes uncertainty. When the environment behaves in the same way moment after moment, there is nothing to prepare for. The nervous system does not stay alert. It understands that nothing unexpected will occur. This understanding does not form as a thought. It settles as a feeling of ease. The repeated presence of plants along the path reinforces this sense of safety. Their shapes remain consistent. Their density does not change. Each section of the garden feels much like the last. This familiarity does not require recognition. It exists quietly, supporting relaxation without effort. Sound also repeats gently. The same soft tones remain present, neither increasing nor fading completely. They do not change in quality or direction. This repetition confirms that the space remains calm. The ear does not listen actively. It rests within the soundscape, trusting it to remain the same. Light repeats as well. Moonlight does not shift or flicker. It continues to rest evenly across the space. Shadows remain soft and unchanged. The eye does not search for difference. It accepts the repeated visual field without question. As awareness drifts, repetition becomes less noticeable. It continues, but it no longer registers consciously. The mind does not compare one moment to the next. It stops checking whether anything has changed. This absence of checking allows deeper rest. The body responds to repetition by releasing remaining tension. When nothing changes, muscles do not need to stay ready. Posture remains natural. Breathing remains steady. The body trusts the environment completely, supported by its consistency. Repetition also affects the sense of time. When moments resemble one another, time loses its markers. There is no clear sense of duration. Minutes do not feel distinct. The experience stretches gently, without edges. This timelessness supports a deep state of calm. The garden does not use repetition to create pattern or rhythm. Nothing repeats in a way that invites counting or anticipation. The repetition remains loose and unstructured. This prevents engagement. Awareness does not lock onto it. It simply rests. As walking continues, the path feels endlessly familiar. Each curve leads into another section that feels much the same. This sameness does not create boredom. It creates reassurance. The mind understands that nothing needs to be explored or discovered. The repeated calm of the environment also supports a sense of belonging. The body does not feel out of place. It moves easily within the space, accepted without response. This acceptance does not need confirmation. It is felt through the lack of reaction. Sound, light, and movement all repeat in harmony. None of them dominate, none of them demand focus. Together, they form a steady background that remains constant. This constancy allows awareness to drift inward without losing connection to the environment. Over time, repetition becomes a foundation rather than a feature. It supports everything else quietly. The environment feels grounded and reliable. There is no need to remain aware of details. The mind releases its grip on attention. The garden continues to offer the same gentle impressions. Leaves remain still. Sound remains soft. Light remains even. Nothing changes. This lack of change feels safe rather than stagnant. It allows the nervous system to remain at ease. As awareness softens further, the idea of repetition itself fades. There is no sense of something happening again. There is only the present experience, calm and unbroken. The mind does not look for variation. It rests. The body remains comfortable within this repeated calm. There is no urge to adjust position or pace. Everything feels sufficient as it is. The environment does not challenge or stimulate. It supports rest through its consistency. Eventually, repetition becomes invisible. It no longer feels like repetition. It feels like permanence. The garden seems as though it has always been this way and will remain so. This sense of permanence removes the need for vigilance completely. The path continues quietly. The garden remains unchanged. Sound, light, and movement repeat softly, offering the same reassurance moment after moment. Nothing surprises, nothing shifts. Everything remains steady and safe. Within this repeated calm, attention settles deeply. There is no reason to stay alert. there is no reason to move toward anything else. The experience exists fully in the present, supported by repetition that feels gentle, familiar, and secure. Attention begins to loosen without effort. It does not disappear all at once. It thins gradually, like mist settling into the ground. There is no clear moment when focus fades. Instead, awareness stops holding on to specific sensations. It no longer follows sound, light, or movement closely. Everything remains present, but nothing is selected. The garden does not require attention to exist. It remains calm whether it is noticed or not. This lack of demand allows awareness to relax further. The mind no longer checks what is happening. It trusts that nothing needs to be managed. This trust feels natural and unforced. As movement continues along the path, attention no longer tracks steps. Walking happens without being followed mentally. The body moves, but the mind does not comment or observe. Sensation continues, yet it is received lightly, without interpretation. Awareness floats rather than anchors. Sound becomes less distinct. It remains present, but it no longer separates into layers or moments. The ear does not listen actively. It receives sound as a soft background, without identifying changes. Silence and sound blend together into a single calm presence. Vision softens further as attention dissolves. Shapes remain visible, but they are no longer examined. The eye does not rest on any point. Seeing becomes passive, like light passing through closed eyelids. The environment remains visible without being processed. Breathing continues evenly, but attention does not follow it. The rise and fall of the body happens on its own. There is no effort to notice or adjust. Breathing becomes part of the background, like sound or light, steady and unremarkable. The sense of time fades as attention loosens. Moments do not feel separate. There is no awareness of before or after. The experience exists in a gentle present that does not move forward. This timelessness does not feel strange. It feels calm and stable. Thoughts may still appear, but they do not gather or connect. They pass through lightly, without forming sequences. Attention does not attach to them. Each thought dissolves quickly, leaving no trace. The mind does not follow or resist. It allows them to fade naturally. The garden supports this state by remaining unchanged. Nothing draws attention back. Nothing introduces novelty. The environment continues to offer the same calm presence, allowing awareness to drift without interruption. As attention dissolves, the sense of self softens as well. There is less awareness of being a separate observer. Experience feels less personal. The body moves, but there is no commentary about it. Awareness becomes spacious and diffuse. Sound, light, and movement merge into a single impression. They are no longer experienced as separate senses. Everything blends together gently. This blending reduces effort further. There is nothing to prioritize or interpret. The body remains relaxed within this state. Muscles stay loose. Posture remains supported. There is no tension held in readiness. The nervous system recognizes that nothing requires action. It remains calm and settled. Attention continues to thin. It does not vanish completely. It simply becomes wide and unfocused. Experience is still present, but it is not held tightly. Awareness rests lightly, like a surface touched without pressure. The garden does not respond to this change. It does not fade or disappear. It remains present in the same quiet way. This stability reassures the mind, allowing attention to dissolve further without concern. As time passes, awareness feels less directed. There is no sense of looking or listening. Experience happens without being monitored. The mind does not check in. It rests. Eventually, Attention reaches a state where it no longer distinguishes between presence and absence. There is simply a calm continuity. Nothing stands out, nothing recedes, everything exists quietly. The path continues, but it is no longer perceived as movement. The garden remains, but it is no longer observed. Sound continues, but it is no longer heard distinctly. All of it exists together, without separation. This state does not feel empty. It feels full and complete. There is nothing missing and nothing extra. Experience requires no effort to maintain. Awareness remains soft and open. The garden holds this state gently. It does not change or interrupt. It allows attention to rest without direction. Nothing calls awareness back. Nothing pushes it forward. As attention dissolves fully, the experience becomes quiet and steady. There is no need to follow anything further. Everything continues on its own. The garden remains calm. Sound remains soft. Light remains even. Movement remains gentle. Attention rests lightly within it all, unheld and undisturbed, allowing the experience to continue quietly without effort or focus.